Si le mic est à on.
Oh, faut que... Testing the English channel. Testing 1, 2, 3. Sound check. Testing 1, 2, 3. All clear. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing the English channel. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing sound check for the English channel on PAINtalks, November 4th, 2021. Ça va? OK.
Ça fonctionne, merci beaucoup.
OK, merci.
Je vais juste désactiver votre micro.
Hello, everyone. My name is Monica. I'm heading the 6th edition of the PAINtalks, which is an initiative of the Quebec Network of Students Pain Researchers. My name is Maxime. I'm the co-chair of the RQECD-QNJPI, subsidiary of the Quebec Network on Pain Research. We greet them. They're watching us directly from their retreat. PAINtalks is a project on which several students have been involved on a volunteer basis. I want to take the time tonight to thank them for all the work they did. Without them, the event could not be what it was. So let's give them a warm hand of applause. For people who are new to PAINtalks, this is an evening of conferences popularizing the theme of pain. Our mission is to create bridges between the world of research, clinicians, and everybody involved in pain, such as people coping with persistent pain. We want to share their latest advances in the field of pain, but mostly sensitize people about the complex pain issue of complex pain. The PAINtalks is really a great preparatory event for the Pain Awareness Week that will start next week. So roughly, we want pain to be integrated in the various spheres of society. We want people to speak about it publicly in the public sphere. So if ever you have comments, thoughts, insights, or whatever kinds of comments, you can put them either on our address, which will appear on the screen, or you can always put your comments on the videos of the YouTube platforms. This year, again, we have several participants from everywhere in Quebec, in Canada, and even internationally. So a big thank you to them. It warms our heart to know that there's so many people in the world who are interested in this event. Now, without further delay, we will give room to our speakers, without whom we would not have been able to create this event. And let's introduce our MC. With 15 albums and more than 30 years of career, she is one of the big names in country music in Quebec. She has received the trophy for the most widely sold album in 2019 at the Canadian Country Music Awards for her album 364 Elvis Presley Boulevard. She is also the TV moderator Tout Simplement Country. She is the author of an autobiography, My Straight Line, where she shares her story with fibromyalgia. We thank her generously sincerely for her generosity, for her contacts, and especially for her presence. Please welcome Guylaine Tanguay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the 6th edition of PAINtalks 2021. As they said, I'm a singer in life. My name is Guylaine Tanguay. They all said that. What a great introduction. Thank you for this kind introduction. I'm very proud to be here. Last year, I was here. It's my second time, actually, with you. Last week, I got to know and learn about what was PAINtalks. I didn't know that before. When I was approached, I was asked, are you interested in moderating and being the MC during that evening? So I went to see what it was, and I got informed. I said yes immediately because I think they're doing fabulous work. A group of young people who are working very hard to present all that to you. We have exceptional speakers, and beyond that, there's a human link in this evening, which I really like, which I actually love. I suffer from fibromyalgia, so every day of my life, I have pain. Different places. Sometimes it's more in one place instead of another. I discover new types of pain as I lose some, and I have big regains in days where it's humid and when we have season changes. But beyond that, what I'm trying to do every day of my life is to tame pain. I don't like to say that word because I don't want to tame it in the sense that I want to keep my pain. I would very much like to get rid of it, but since it is part of my life, I'm trying to use what's left that's good and beautiful in my life. I'm trying to forget what I lost somewhat. I'm not afraid to say that I'm 49 years old. I've lost some physical capacities. There are things that I can no longer do, which I used to be able to do in a very easy and simple way, but no problem. I focus on what I can do, and being here today is something that I can do easily because I can speak to you with my heart. That's what I like. I can listen to great people as you will do with me. And it is for all those reasons that I agreed to come here last year. And this year, even more, I really wanted this to work. I wanted to be available for you because I think that in the last year, it was not a simple year for anyone. Let's be frank. When you live with pain, I'm not talking about myself here, when people have pain generally, and if there's a more stressful year, for example, when we're in the heart of a pandemic, or maybe because we lost our job, you can no longer see our family, we can't see our friends as we used to before. So all this has an effect on pain. It's hard on the brain, it's hard on the heart, on the morale, but I know that it could also play on your pain. So I know that this year, PAINtalks, this conference is essential. We need it. And I was asking people, are you going to be part of our great evening? Will you be at home listening to us? Will you be in the room this year with us? Be there, because even if you don't have chronic pain or pain in general in your life, you just have to look at your around you, and there's always someone around us that suffers. Understanding pain and understanding how difficult it can be in somebody's life. It's not simple. It's not simple for specialists, so it's not simple for us to gauge to what extent that could ruin a life sometimes. So I think that PAINtalks is there to explain all of that to us. It's there to sensitize us about pain, raise our awareness in such a simple and generous way. You can't know to what extent I loved the evening I had last year. I hope you will like this evening as much as I will. I'm febrile here. I saw the great group of young people who are there. They're working very hard. They want this to work, and I'm sure it's going to work because everybody does this with a huge heart. So there are always official moments in an evening like what we have. I'll be more formal. I get my little papers because I don't have the memory I would need to speak to you about everything I will say in the next few minutes. What I want to tell you first and foremost, the programming for tonight, since we have 12 speakers who will come and speak to us about different topics in relation with pain, well, this programming is online on the registration platform and on the various social media, of course. Right away, I want to thank the company Presentability for training all our speakers at the PAINtalks. This is very important. These people have a great training in life, but you have to train those speakers a little bit. Thank you, Presentability. You are a great team. I would like to remind you also that you can listen to the presentations in the language of your choice. It could be the original language, whether French or English. It's simple. You just have to make sure to choose the right link on the platform. And in this regard, I would like to thank the business that is making this possible, Alpha Translation, and the team taking care of the webcasting, which is the company Costar Audiovisual. We would also like to thank the technical team of the Promotions Room of Quebec, which is Solotech, as well as the company Vimetry, which takes care of the video production. Thank you to our video production team in Australia, because some things were shot in Australia. You will see this later on during the evening. KM4 Productions, thank you very much. A huge thank you also to our sponsors. You know that an evening like this needs some support. It needs some financial help, of course, especially if we want it to be free for everyone, and an evening which we want to be a high-quality evening. So thank you. It's a great happiness to have you with us. Special mention for our platinum sponsors, the Gaynor Awards of Canada, and our diamond sponsors, Presentability, the Louise and Alan Edwards Foundation, the Government of Quebec through the Ministry of Health and Social Services and the Ministry of Education and Higher Education, and Pfizer. And I would like to remind you that we have a little contest. I don't know if you were here last year. I like contests, a little contest of your choice of the best presentation. Everybody is good, of course, and that's the way it is in life. But you have a little prize of excellence, a little award. Today, people who are in the room with us will be allowed to vote among 6 speakers eligible for this contest, allowing them to gain a place at the prestigious European School of Pain. This vote will take place at the end of the evening, only for people who are present here in the room. Unfortunately, if you're at home, you can vote with your heart, but you cannot vote like the people who are here in person, because this year we have people with us. Everybody's beautiful. Everybody is dressed up in a wonderful room. Before listening to our first speaker, if ever you have questions, whether it's at home or here on premises, you can simply write to the email address on the screen. Please note that all questions will be kept, and we will answer a few of those questions at the end of this evening. So if you're curious, ask your question. And now I invite you to relax and listen. We're ready to listen to the speakers who are just great. I've been waiting for this evening for a year. I'm totally excited tonight. I don't know if you're like me at home. I know there are some people who have already told me on Facebook that we are not going to miss this. It's part of our tradition. So welcome to our new PAINtalks tradition. First of all, let's start officially. I would like to introduce Alexia Coulombe-Lévesque. Her topic is rewriting pain. Alexia has completed a bachelor's degree in neuroscience at McGill University before starting her studies in physical therapy at the University of Sherbrooke. She is now using her expertise in those 2 fields to study new avenues of chronic pain treatment during her master's degree studies at the University of Sherbrooke. She is eligible to the contest of the Best Presentation Award. Please welcome Alexia Coulombe-Lévesque.
Pain is an alarm signal. It warns us if we're injured or if we do anything that might lead to an injury, such as nearing our hand to a fire. And the problem is that this alarm system can be overly protective and can get triggered without us being really in danger. Just like a fire alarm, when it's so afraid we're going to start burning that it's going to be triggered the minute we light up a candle, it's important to have that alarm system because it can be triggered just for no reason, and that's not as good. And that is frequent for people in chronic pain. And as a physical therapist, this is the most important thing that I've learned. Somebody with chronic pain in the back, such as chronic back pain, in most cases, it's not so much their back that's the problem. It's their alarm system. So that's what we want to work on. And so the pain alarm system is largely managed by the amygdala. And we are talking about the amygdala in the brain, not in the throat. And you see this in white on the screen. The amygdala, its role is to learn to recognize dangers and to trigger the alarm signal when it recognizes something dangerous. But in people with chronic pain, the amygdala can become a bit overprotective, hypersensitive, as though it had learned too loudly that certain movements are super dangerous and certain feelings, such as a little discomfort, means that there is an extreme danger of injury. So when the amygdala recognizes these feelings and this pain, it will trigger its alarm system excessively and sends a sensation of pain to try to warn us. It wants to do well, but it does too much. And if we were able to calm it down and to undo the associations that it's done between movement and danger, this could be a way to treat chronic pain. But, well, it's all good and well to try to undo associations with the amygdala. But how to do this? To explain my idea, I'll go in a roundabout way. We're going to talk about neurosenses and memory. When we learn something, the information consolidates in our brain, and that's the basics to memory. Consolidation is a connection between the neurons that becomes stronger, more effective, and that's how the information is recorded in the brain. And so typically, we take a rat, we have him hear a sound, we give him electric shock. And so he's going to learn that amygdala, electric shock, the information is consolidated in its brain, and a week later, if we make it hear the sound again, it will freeze. It is afraid because it has learned that the sound is associated with an electric shock. Consolidation is a process that takes place in a few hours. Without going into details, after a new learning, there is a cascade of chemical reactions that starts, and at the end of that, the connection is consolidated, the information is recorded in the brain. But if we give a drug that blocks one of these chemical reactions, we block the consolidation, so the information is not recorded in the brain. Our rat at the beginning is just after having heard the sound and having given him the electric shock, we give him one of these drugs, which blocks the consolidation. The association between the sound and the electric shock will not be registered in the brain. So a week later, if we make him hear the sound again, he will not react. And as I said, consolidation takes place in a few hours. So we just have a window of a few hours after a new learning if we want to block the consolidation. If we give our drug 2 days later, once the consolidation is over, the drug will have no effect. The rat has already learned that the sound equals electric shock, so if we make him hear the sound again, he will be afraid. Once a consolidation or the connection is consolidated, nothing more can be done. That's what everybody thought, at least until the late 90s. And that's when researchers, including Kareem Nader at McGill, with whom I did research for a year, realized that it's not true that once it's consolidated and there's nothing left to be done. In fact, every time we reactivate the connection, we recall something, we remember something, the connection has to go through a reconsolidation process. We call this, indeed, reconsolidation. And so we take a rat in which the consolidation is already done. We have made it hear the sound, given an electric shock, and the connection has been consolidated for making her the sound again. He freezes. But this rat, each time he hears the sound again, it reawakens the memory. Sound equals electric shock in his brain. It reactivates the connections that encode this information. And since they have been reactivated, they have to go through a reconsolidation process again, with the same chemical reaction cascade as when they were consolidated the first time. If there is nothing to interfere with the reconsolidation, the information is re-recorded in the brain and the sound continues to be associated with an electric shock. But in the same way that we could block the consolidation, we can block the reconsolidation. Same principle. If just after reactivating we come and give our medicine, it blocks the reconsolidation. The information will not be re-recorded in the brain. So 1 week later, if we make the rat hear the sound again, it will not react. The connection was there. It was consolidated. The rat had learned that sound equals electric shock. But he froze as he heard the sound and saw that reactivated the connection and then prevented it from being reconsolidated. The information could not be re-recorded in its brain. The connection is no longer there. And in the details, as for consolidation, we only have a window of a few hours after the reactivation if we want to block reconsolidation. If we try to give the medication 2 days later, there won't be any effect. And so all this is interesting, but concretely, what do we do with this? This concept of blocking reconsolidation is the basis of a treatment that has been developed for post-traumatic stress. In people with post-traumatic stress, the amygdala, which also manages the fear alarm system, has learned too strongly that something is dangerous. For example, in someone who has been in a car accident, the amygdala has learned that car extreme life-threatening. When the person approaches a car, the amygdala triggers the alarm and the person feels as much fear and stress as if he were in front of a rabid lion. So to treat post-traumatic stress, we want to unlearn this association. We want to undo the connections in the amygdala that associate car with danger of death. And the first step is to reactivate the connections. And to do this, we ask patients to describe the traumatic event in detail. Then, once the connections have been reactivated, we'll block their reconsolidation with propranolol, and it works super well. We have cure rates of about 70% with just 6 sessions. And for those who don't know, propranolol, it's a drug that is normally used to treat high blood pressure. It's a very well-known drug, regularly prescribed, cheap, and with very side effects. And in addition to its effect on blood pressure, propranolol happens to be able to block reconsolidation and blocking blood to the brain, particularly in the amygdala. And I can reassure you, when we perform this intervention on people with PTSD, we do not erase the memory of the event itself. What we reduce is a response of the alarm system, so he no longer triggers excessively. So, after all this, I'll take you back to chronic pain. And if you recall, people with chronic pain, often the problem is the amygdala, which is tied to certain movements or activities or extreme danger. And when one recognizes the movement, the feeling, it also triggers pain excessively and disproportionately. So we thought that in order to treat chronic pain, we would have to find a way to undo these excessively strong connections between movement and danger. And in the amygdala, you see me coming. And so, yes, I mean, when I started interested in chronic pain and we noticed the interventions with rats, then it jumped out at me. Could we use this intervention to block reconsolidation to treat chronic pain? And the answer? We don't know. We don't know because it has never been tried. But we're going for it. In fact, we've just started recruiting for our first study. We want to test the intervention on people with chronic pain in whom we suspect that a large part of the problem comes from the amygdala. The first step is to reactivate the problematic connections. To do this, we will ask our participants to visualize the movements or activities that cause the most pain. Then, once the connections are reactivated, we will block their reconsolidation with propranolol, and we'll see what happens. For our first study, we're taking patients who have back pain. Chronic back pain. At the moment, there are 500 million people on the planet who have chronic back pain, so we shouldn't have too much difficulty finding participants. Then we're already planning to test the intervention on people with fibromyalgia and on women who have pain during sexual relations. And if we have interesting results, we have in mind several other types of chronic pain that could benefit from the intervention. This is a completely new avenue of treatment that is opening up before us with many promising avenues and leads that we are eager to explore. Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of the evening.
En passant, s'il vous reste une petite place, vous pouvez m'ajouter sur votre liste. J'ai peut-être pas mal au dos, mais il y a bien d'autres à faire, par exemple. On va régler ça ensemble tantôt. On s'en parlera. Merci. C'est tellement intéressant. Ça commence très, très bien. J'aimerais maintenant...
This is so interesting. It starts so well. Now I would like to introduce Bering Sheriff. What is his topic? Listen, I find this so nice. Understanding pain as a tune played on the guitar rather than a key pressed on the piano. That's beautiful. Bering was born and grew up in Iran, where he got his doctor's degree in pharmacy and worked as a pharmacist. After emigrating to Quebec, he continued research on pain at McGill University to obtain a PhD in sensory neurophysiology. He is eligible to the contest of the best presentation. Please welcome Bering Sheriff.
That when we press them, they send these mechanical signals through wires to the hammers in the resonating box, where they bounce on the strings and generate sound. The labeled line theory, a common model of how our sensory system works likens our sensory machinery to a piano, with receptors on the skin acting like tiny keys of a piano that sense stimuli and send their message through their specific nerves to the spinal cord, which is the resonating box of the sensory system, where the messages are turned into perceptions. This simplified and clever way of looking at the somatosensory system has also taught us about disease conditions like chronic pain, where one of these sensations is out of tune. I hope that you appreciate that out-of-tune notes or misplaced notes, whether they are played with higher intensity than they should be, or if they are played at times that we don't expect them, or if they are played instead of other notes, they are going to make it hard to appreciate the music of sensation. Unfortunately, this might be what patients who are suffering from chronic pain are constantly dealing with. When they have hypersensitivity to pain, sounds with higher volume, when they have idiopathic pain, pain coming out of nowhere, or when they have allodynia, where other sensations like a gentle touch can turn into pain. This simplified version of the sensory system has also inspired scientists to do what I call compartmentalized therapy, which is basically focusing on the elements of the system that are involved in generating pain. In other words, if we break the key that is generating a note, or if we loosen the wire that is sending that message to the hammers, or if we dampen the strings in the resonating box, we could silence that loud noise and treat pain. But I also think that this overly simplified system and model might be the reason that we haven't been very successful in treating pain. In my study, we decided to look at pain among other sensations. In this case, itch, or how Max von Frey would call it, pain's little brother. Through some fancy genetic tools and techniques, we were able to put chemogenetic actuators on a subpopulation of neurons that were previously defined as itch-specific. In my mind, basically, I think like installing these volume knobs that can only be turned on upon injection of a chemical that is otherwise inert. When we did this and we injected that chemical, we, as expected, generated itch, and the animals were sensing itch. But we didn't stop there. We thought, how can we activate these same neurons in other ways? So we went on and we put optogenetic actuators that, in my mind, are like Morse keys installed on the same population of neurons. These Morse keys, though, can only be activated upon shining a blue laser. When we did that, the animals, to our surprise, showed pain and not itch. In the piano analogy, this means that there is a way to press the D key to get the E sound, or move the E hammer in the resonating box. I thought, there is something missing here, so we need to bring a new model. First things first, we can play and recapitulate whatever we could in a piano model. We can play the same melodies. But what we have with a guitar is some versatility and flexibility that we don't have in a piano. Meaning that by repositioning our second hand, we can generate different tunes, different notes from the same string, and we can modulate the sounds that are generated. This also gives the guitar a very unique capability compared to the piano, and that is compensation for missing parts. Even if there is a significant part of the components of a system missing, here 2 out of the 4 strings of a guitar, we can play the same tune. And I think this might be what is happening with some of these compartmentalized therapies that we fail at. We target one element of the system, the pain goes down. After a while, the system learns to compensate for those missing parts and modulates the remaining parts to generate the same sound. I'm going to leave this pain talk by saying a reminder, basically mostly for myself and the rest of the researchers in the audience, that although the piano model seems to be out of the picture, there is still a lot that we can learn from those models. And we should also remember that the new models that we introduce are going to fade out one day and are not going to be completely accurate. Although this is very frustrating for some of us, this is the glory of science, and this is how science moves forward. I hope that I was able to show how complex our nervous system is and why it has been hard to treat such a basic sensation like pain. But most importantly, I hope that I was able to share with you, with all of us that have not experienced chronic pain, a way of imagining and appreciating what people who are suffering from chronic pain deal with when they have out-of-tune sensations. And to tell you how important it is for all of us to focus on improving the quality of life of the patients suffering from different chronic pains like fibromyalgia, neuralgia, chronic pruritus, and all other sensory diseases. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Bérin Sharif. Wow. À la maison, si vous avez des questions, vous n'hésitez.
Thank you so much. At home, if you have questions, please feel free to send them to us here. And after the conference, we'll be in a position to answer some of these questions. And this is always a period that is also very, very interesting. And now,
Son sujet, l'hippocampe est-il impliqué dans la façon dont nous...
And actually, the hippocamp, it is implied in the way we feel pain. She specializes in pain and brain imaging from the University of Toronto and studies the hippocampus and people suffering from that area in people who are healthy. And she is junior fellow at the Massey College, and in her free time, she loves to paint. And she is a CPS representative, and so the Canadian Association of Pain, and was selected within a special competition. Only members of the CTS could apply, and I wish to introduce Lisbeth Ayoub.
"60 years ago, the story of one patient changed our understanding of how memory works in the brain. But his story is not only about memory. It opens the door for pain research. Patient Henry Molaison, we call him Patient HM, suffered from debilitating seizures, and at 27 years old, he couldn't work or lead a normal life. And so he underwent surgery to remove parts of his brain that caused him to have these seizures. But after surgery, he couldn't make new memories. And this is when scientists realized that they had removed a very important brain region responsible for memory. That brain region is called the hippocampus. Hippocampus is the Greek name for seahorse because it looks like it, doesn't it? It's a very small brain region. We have two in our brain, one on the right side and one on the left side. And it's the most important brain region for memory and learning. It helps us make new memories, but also help us remember events that we've experienced. You can think of it as a very helpful librarian, coding all of your new experiences and filing them. And I'm even using my hippocampus now because I've never done a pain talk before. And I'll remember this talk and this beautiful audience because of my hippocampus. And so patient HM, not having both of his hippocampi, we call them in plural, couldn't make new memories. But what about pain? 30 years after his surgery, this is in 1985, scientists noticed that he responded differently to pain. He wasn't bothered by very hot temperatures on his skin, no matter how intense they got. He even rarely complained on a daily basis of aches and pains. And so did patient HM not feel pain at all? Or did he feel pain, but he just wasn't bothered by it? And the answer is, we don't really know the role of the hippocampus in pain experience in humans. What we do know is that we feel pain because of our brain. Brain regions communicate with each other to process the sensation of pain, how it makes us feel, but also drawing our attention to it. Pain is really good for us because it's meant to protect us, like an alarm. And so I'm a neuroscientist in training, and one of the ways that we can look inside your brain is we use magnetic resonance imaging. You might have known it as MRI. And what we do with the MRI machine is we take a scan of your brain, and we can see what your brain looks like, we can measure the size, and we can even measure brain function, so activity in different brain regions. And so recent studies using MRI have shown that the hippocampus is more active when you're about to feel pain, but also in response to pain. But these studies don't tell us how a memory region would be involved in the pain experience at all. And so our research team, for the first time, is investigating how the hippocampus contributes to pain experience in humans. And to do that, we are studying a very specific patient population. Our patients have damage to the hippocampus. And our research has 3 different parts, and I will walk you through them. The first part is we use a whole battery of sensory tests to measure a patient's ability to detect, but also tolerate pain. And what you see here is a pinprick. It's essentially a metal rod that we press against your skin, and we can measure a patient's ability to detect painful pressure. Another instrument we use is a thermode. And the thermode, we put it on your skin, and it generates different temperatures. And this will help us assess your ability to detect painful temperatures like cold pain or hot pain. And another instrument that we use to detect your pain tolerance, we use a big cold water bath, very ice cold water. And we ask our patients to put their hands in the water for as long as they can tolerate, up to 3 minutes. It's very painful, by the way. I've tried it. And we ask them how it makes them feel. And all these instruments will help us assess patients' ability to detect but also tolerate pain. And if we think that the hippocampus is involved in the pain experience, then maybe our patients will be less sensitive to detecting pain or more tolerant to pain. We're still investigating that because this has never been done in our patients before. The second part of our research is we're going to take a scan of their brain. And now remember, these patients have damage to the hippocampus. And what this means is that their hippocampus is a lot smaller sometimes than a healthy one. And if the hippocampus is related to how you can detect or tolerate pain, then the size of the hippocampus would be related to the levels of pain detection and tolerance in these patients. This is the first time that we establish such a relationship between sensory tests and also MRI scan. Third part is my favorite part because I get to interview patients and ask them directly how pain makes them feel. I ask them about their pain experiences, how they remember them. If they get injured, do they address their injuries right away? And a lot of times these patients are very grateful that we're asking them because what better way to do science than to put patients at the core center of our research and give them a voice? We all feel pain differently. Not one of us feel pain the same way. And so we want their input on how they feel pain. So all three parts of our research will really give us a holistic overview of the role of the hippocampus in pain. Our research started with the story of one patient HM. And his story sparked our interest into investigating the role of the hippocampus in pain. If we can understand the different processes that the hippocampus is involved in the pain experience, we will have new avenues for pain treatments. Thank you. Merci.
Merci, Lisbeth Ayoub. Merci beaucoup. Bravo.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisette Ayoub. Thank you very much. Congratulations. There's all kinds of things linked to pain, and you can't imagine how much research is being done. Sometimes you get the feeling when you suffer from pain like this every day, you wonder, is there anyone thinking of me? Is there something interested in what I experience every day? Well, tonight I think the answer is pretty clear. There are people who take care of us every day of our life. We're really not alone. And there's all kinds of great research that is being done. And tonight we're learning all kinds of new things. I think it's reassuring to listen to them. It's fabulous. Now I would like to introduce Maxime Cusick. His theme is chronic pain a forgotten symptom of multiple sclerosis? Maxime Cusick is a student in a master's degree in molecular medicine. He's taking part in a research project to relieve pain caused by multiple sclerosis while being engaged in the student life of his curriculum and while popularizing science in his community. Maxime is eligible for the Best Presentation Award. So please, let's give a big welcome to Maxime Cusick. He's coming. He wanted to chat with me, but that will be afterwards. All right, everyone. Okay, I would like to start the night with a little challenge for you. I will invite you to stand up and keep standing for a few seconds. Is that okay? Fantastic. And if you're at home also, if you want to follow us, you're also welcome to do that too. So, not too hard? People in the room, was not too difficult to stand up? No? Perfect. You can sit down now, please. You see, standing up like this is something pretty simple. It's easy enough, something we don't think about too much when we do it. Whereas it's easy for us, well, for more than 90,000 people in Canada, that same challenge of standing up is just like impossible. These people have multiple sclerosis. For them, it's insurmountable as a challenge. Multiple sclerosis is a disease that affects the central nervous system, the brain and the spinal cord, and it's caused by none other than the patient's own immune cells that turn against them and destroy their neurons and the myelin sheath that surrounds them. And that will cause severe neurodegenerative effects such as paralysis, cognitive impairment, visual impairment, on even chronic pain. Yes, chronic pain is not what we think about first when we hear about multiple sclerosis, but there's up to 90% of people with that disease who will have chronic pain disorders. And according to them, this is one of the symptoms that affects their quality of life the most. But you might tell me, a disease that has so many consequences, it must be easy to see. It's pretty visible, I suppose. Well, indeed. When we look at the brain of patients with medical imaging techniques, for example, we can see white patches on the brain of patients, which are, in fact, representative of multiple sclerosis. But when we see people with that disease on the street, they look just like you and me. They can have a beer with friends at the end of the night, or they can stand up when the disease is going better. And that is a problem, since this is what we call an invisible disease. Invisible because the patients have to cope with the symptoms we talked about earlier, but people around them, well, do not see those symptoms because we can't see them. And so patients, in addition to having to deal with all of their symptoms, they also have to deal with other people's comments, the gaze of their peers, their entourage, their family or their friends. They make comments or little remarks that may seem like banal to us, but when they add up, they might seem trivial, but when they accumulate day after day, that can increase the anxiety and depression levels on these patients to the point where it's going to worsen the symptoms of the disease. So just with these little comments, we speak about multiple sclerosis, but it applies also to other invisible diseases involving chronic pain. Just making those comments can worsen chronic pain. And all this, because of a lack of understanding or lack of openness to these diseases, which we can't see and affect thousands of people in Canada and in the world. You will tell me, okay, it's possible that we make some hurtful remarks because we lack understanding of these diseases. It's not every day that we hear about multiple sclerosis and invisible diseases, and that's why you're here tonight. But you might tell me, chronic multiple sclerosis experts must know that this disease is associated with chronic pain and there's got to be treatment available to relieve that pain. Well, it's only partly true. Yeah, we know very well that multiple sclerosis is caused by immune cells which will attack the own central nervous system of the patient. So to prevent that, the treatments that currently exist on the market will simply block the immune response. You kill the immune response. So there are no more immune cells and they cannot attack the central nervous system. There will not be any chronic pain. It will be temporarily relieved. But the central nervous system has another role which is pretty essential. It's to protect us against viruses, against bacteria, parasites, and everything that's in our environment. So by preventing the immune system from doing its job, patients are temporarily relieved of their chronic pain, but they will also have to cope with infections of all kinds, and that will also affect their quality of life. All this because the drugs that exist currently will target the whole immune system instead of focusing on what could be the cause of that chronic pain. And that's why our research laboratory is interested in how these immune cells will attack the central nervous system. They do this by releasing molecules into their environment, molecules that will promote this immune attack against neurons and their membrane. And among those molecules, there's one that is called IL-1 beta, interleukin-1 beta. Interleukin-1 beta interacts with nearby cells to activate this attack on neurons and the myelin sheath. And IL-1 beta is so important in the disease that when it is removed from mice, they no longer have the disease. So we thought, if interleukin-1 beta is so important in multiple sclerosis, then it must probably have some role in pain, no? Right? To get to the bottom of this, we wanted to look at the dorsal root ganglia. These dorsal root ganglia are located next to the spinal cord, which itself is in the spine, as you can see on the screen. These ganglia are actually special because they contain nociceptors. Nociceptors are neurons that will send nerve signs to the brain that the brain will detect as a pain signal. So nociceptors is what allows us to feel pain. And we thought that maybe interleukin-1 beta, when it's present in the environment of these nociceptors, could interact with those nociceptors. So to find out more about this, we went to see what was actually happening in these ganglia. This is a ganglion like the one you see on the screen, but we were able to eliminate the nociceptors in this ganglion with some laboratory techniques. And as you can imagine, there are several types of nociceptors, and that's why they have several different colors. It's a bit like a Christmas tree, but by looking at this more closely, we can see that some of them look like the surface of the neuron, protein that allow those nociceptors to interact with this interleukin-1 beta, the one that fosters the attack of neurons. So we wanted to get to the bottom of that. What does it mean, this interaction between IL-1 beta and those nociceptors? So we looked at mice. We took mice who had the disease, and we looked, they had a disease similar. We looked at when the disease progresses, what is their level of pain. We started by looking at a totally normal mouse, and we saw that more the disease progresses, more the level of sensitivity to pain will increase. So we said, what happens if we prevent specifically interleukin-1 beta to interact with the nociceptors in the ganglia? And even if the disease progresses in this mouse, sensitivity to pain will remain stable. It's not going to increase even when the disease progresses. And that result is super important because it tells us two things. First of all, it shows us that IL-1 beta is involved in pain associated with the disease, but also that we can act specifically on the interaction between IL-1 beta and our nociceptor in the ganglia without having to block the whole immune system and kill the whole immune system. And having the patient live with all those side effects due to infections. So that result gives us hope that we could have a promising treatment that will allow us to relieve pain associated with MS in patients without having to block their whole immune system. Okay, you will tell me it will probably take several years of research by experts, scientists, and all the medical teams. Well, I think that we don't need all those studies to make a difference with people that have MS. I think that just raising awareness or being more open-minded, we can make a difference and have a positive and concrete impact on people living with that disease to increase their quality of life on a day-to-day basis. I'm convinced that all together we can stand up against multiple sclerosis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maxime. It's so true what he said. Sometimes we want to explain things more scientifically, but deep down, when we get back to the basics, just to tell somebody that we understand that it's a bad day without asking full of explanations, because when we suffer from chronic pain that is there year-round, well, a bad day occurs on a regular basis, occurs often, and sometimes we need to explain it, even to people who know us very, very well, mind you. Sometimes we'll just ask, how are you doing? Are you doing well? Is this a bad day? Well, often often I have the reflex of answering, yes, I'm doing super well, you know, and sometimes I'm not really doing well. And so, you know, it's a bad day. I'm feeling a lot of pain. I didn't sleep well or whatever. And then a series of questions will follow. Well, how is it? How come? Well, I have fibromyalgia. Even if you've mentioned it 15, 20, 30 times to that person, because it doesn't show, people will always tell me, you don't look sick. And, you know, as he wrote, you know, and as he showed in his slide, it doesn't show. Well, so much better if it doesn't show, because for my work, that's very efficient and very helpful. But inside of me, it shows, and we don't feel like explaining it at times. But as he said, it's true that, yes, probably, you know, care, medication could help, but sometimes to, you know, to support somebody who's had a difficult week and to assist that person in trivial tasks, whether it be housekeeping, you know, running errands. And for somebody with pain, it's very difficult to do the day-to-day. And without having a list of questions, maybe we can help in a mini way. It's not always easy to open up when we are in pain and to ask for help. I know what it's like. We have to sort of, you know, step and stomp on our pride. We want to work it out on our own. And sometimes if we don't need to ask for it and it just comes willingly, it helps so much. Now I wish to introduce our first guest presenter, and Dr. Mark Zafran Martin Winkler, and his topic, Every Pain is a Story. And Dr. Mark Zafran is a French-Canadian author and holder of a master's in bioethics from the University of Montreal. He is the author of 60 or so works and dedicated to the relations of oneself, essays on popular culture, and books on medical language. And let's welcome Dr. Mark Zafran, please. Before being a doctor, I was a child. And I really liked stories as a child, and I read stories my entire life. But when I became a teenager, I thought of reading Sherlock Holmes stories. And so many did. And he's fascinating. I love this character. And so, you know, they can even read people on the way they dressed up, you know. And when I became a doctor, I told myself, well, I'm somewhat like Sherlock Holmes, because we have to guess things. We pose diagnosis, and we reveal and we uncover secrets just through the symptoms. If you hear somebody cough, you know, you're going to say, okay, something's happening with the lungs. Or if somebody whose chin or whose skin has turned yellow, you'll consider or suspect jaundice or biliary tract disease. And when someone has a rash of half-belt blisters, you're pretty sure it's shingles. But the problem is that it doesn't work with pain. You know, pain is a symptom that we do not hear, we do not see it, we cannot touch it or feel it. And sometimes we can't even suspect it or feel it like other symptoms. It's a very frustrating symptom. And of course, for healthcare professionals, because they cannot see people's pain. They know that people are in pain, but they just cannot see it. And it's extremely frustrating, a symptom for those in pain, because very often they have a hard time describing their pain. They don't know where it comes from, and they don't know what it means. So it's true, it's a frustrating symptom, and it's true, we can't see it like a track in the snow or ash on or cinders on a carpet, as Sherlock Holmes would see, but we can guess its borders. We can sort of uncover it within the stories that people report. And to illustrate this, I will report 3 stories. The first story is to show you that pain is something that has occurred but has forgotten. This is a story of a 72 or 75-year-old man, a gentleman, and he had a hard time breathing. He was suffering, and he had a fever, and I examined him, and I heard specific signs in one of his lungs. I said, perhaps you have pneumonia, and I sat down to write down my script, and I told him well, I will prescribe antibiotics. You're going to stay at home and you're going to rest. And he said, what do you mean? I can't get out? I can't go out? I said, no, for 2-3 days while you have a fever. No, you have to stay indoors. You're going to have to stay home. Well, he goes, that's a problem because every day I walk for 1 hour and I do so. Even more so, my wife and I would do this until she passed away a few years ago. And it reminds me of my wife to get out and to walk. And furthermore, today I had to stop earlier than expected. I said, why did you stop? I said, because you were short of breath. He said, no, I stopped because I had a cramp in my leg. I said, oh. And I said, are you still in pain? He said, no, not exactly. I still somewhat feel it, but it has passed. I said, can I look at your leg? And he shows me his leg, and his calf had tripled in volume. And I said, I'm sorry. I think I made a mistake. You do not have pneumonia. It's very likely that you have what we refer to as phlebitis, a blood clot in the leg, and your shortness of breath is due to pulmonary embolema or embolism, and so the blood clot went into the lung and you need to be admitted. And so the pain at times, and this is the very beginning of a story, and the beginning of a story that we've forgotten, just like the movie we went to watch, and we saw it 20 years ago, we see it again today, and then we discover that we forgot the beginning of the movie, and that at the beginning of the movie they talk about the ending of the movie as well. And pain at times is something like a repeated story, like your day-to-day in a story, and that can last a very long time. And this reminds me of the story of a woman and that came in one day. Her husband called me up and says, oh boy, she's vomiting, and she's vomiting bile, and she's doing very badly. She has a stomach ache. She's not doing well. And this happens 2-3 times a year on a fairly regular basis. Every time she sees a doctor, doctors tell her it's her liver. And I said, well, I mean, her liver, or when you have one of these attacks related to the liver, I mean, that's an old syndrome. People would start vomiting, and one will say, oh, it must be the liver, and it's a liver attack or episode, and the liver is always wrong. And so I went to see this woman, and I was astonished to uncover in broad daylight, she had closed her curtains. She was in the dark. She asked me not to turn on the light, and especially when I got close to her to examine her, she said, especially don't speak too loudly because it hurts my head. I said, oh, you have a headache? No. It's hurting here on the side. Boom, boom, boom. It's hitting me like a hammer on my temple. I said, do you often have headaches? Oh, every month. Every time I have my period, I have a headache ever since I was 12 years old. Oh, okay. And what about the belly aches? Oh, no, I mean, those are only once in a while, and the headaches don't matter. It's the stomach aches. Well, in fact, her stomach aches and her headaches were connected. She had an accompanied migraine, and it's a migraine that one has during one's period. And once in a while, on top of that, she vomits, and she has stomach aches tied to that migraine. And when she received treatment to treat her migraine, it took care of her headaches and her stomach aches. And so at times, pain is something we live with. She was living with her pain, with her migraines for numerous years, but she was so accustomed to developing these migraines monthly that they were more or less intense. She wouldn't bother with them anymore. She only bothered with those symptoms that were apparent or visible. And pain could be something that also occurs a very long time following an event. And this reminds me the story of this 35-year-old woman, fully fit, athletic. She came to see me. She sat down and said, I have this horrendous vulva pain that appeared one day without any warning, without any injury, lesion on the skin, no apparent reason, no symptom. I wasn't assaulted, and it's so painful. I said, what is this pain like? Well, she goes, precisely, it doesn't look like anything. I'm athletic, I run marathons, I'm into cross country, etc., and I sprained my ankle, I fell, I had lesions, bruises, injuries, even tied to fatigue. I never had this kind of pain. Now, this pain, sometimes it's a burning sensation. Sometimes it feels like I'm being stabbed, and sometimes it's an electric shock. Sometimes I even get the impression it's something that sort of shapes my skin. And sometimes it could be just being in touch, in contact with the clothing. It's horrendous. It causes me to suffer, and I don't understand what it stems from. And I said, what you're describing is neuropathic pain. It's not pain tied to an injury. It's pain that is tied to a nerve cell dysfunction, nervous cells. Often it appears following trauma. And maybe you were operated, or perhaps it could appear at a location, where there was an injury a long time ago. You say that you're athletic. For example, did you ever fall because you were doing gymnastics and you fell on, for example, on the beam? This often occurs. She said, no, I never did that. And then through her look, she said, oh my God, I remembered when I was 10, I was cycling and my bike was broken. And given that it was broken, it broke down. I used my brother's bicycle. He was older. His bike was way bigger and taller. And I couldn't reach the pedals and I fell on the crossbar or on the bar. And then I was in pain. But a few days later, the pain disappeared. I forgot. I said, yeah, but your nervous system did not forget it. And that's why today you are experiencing neuropathic pain, and it's because it appeared a long time ago, and again, recently we'll be able to treat it, but that is tied to memory, that recollection of that accident that occurred to you. So as you see, the pain can be woven within people's lives, and this also compels me to invite HCPs to do something very simple, to say one day that they must put on their Sherlock Holmes hat and they must sit down and be like Dr. Watson. What does he do? He listens to people tell their stories. And Dr. Watson is the one who writes Sherlock Holmes' adventures and stories. Why? Because he listens to the stories that were reported to him. And to listen to those stories that people tell us enables us, firstly, to find the thread of the woven pain inside the body. Then it helps us to understand that pain, understand the patients, understand their feelings, and enables us to convey them as I've just done this evening. And I thank you.
Dr. Marc Zaffran, merci.
Dr. Marc Zaffran, thank you very much. Thank you. It's just too interesting. Those things are so interesting. I'm not the only one, because when I was listening, I said I would like it to be able to tell my story so that you know the thread of my story, to know where those pains come from. And I'm sure I'm not the only one to think about that. There's all kinds of people at home who must be saying to themselves, I would like to be listened to one day, because there's this part of it, being listened to find clues of possible solutions, or at least to know where this comes from. This is something that already does a lot of good in itself. It's like a form of healing too. Let's continue. Are you having a good evening, those who are with us here in the room? Yeah, you like it? And at home, I hope it's going well too. Yeah. So let's continue. I would like to introduce Guylaine Tanguay. She's our younger speaker. She will speak to us about her history with chronic pain. Her topic is Pushing Through Pain, My Journey of Overcoming Amplified Musculoskeletal Pain Syndrome. Guylaine is a student in the second year of nursing care at the college level, determined to help one day children living with chronic pain. She suffers from the amplified pain syndrome, a condition that provoked atrocious pain and persistent pain in her whole body. Please welcome Guylaine Tanguay.
One out of 5 kids suffers from chronic pain syndrome, amplified musculoskeletal pain syndrome, and the variation of all these words are all synonyms for what is known as the F word. No, not the 4-letter F word. F as in fibromyalgia, more specifically juvenile fibromyalgia. Because what most people don't know is that unlike adult fibromyalgia, kid fibromyalgia is actually curable. With the help of the right tools and support system, it is possible to overcome. So I'm here today to share a message of hope to those who suffer from this type of pain. I'm currently 18, but at the age of 13, I started experiencing pain that was related to simple things that I would do, like walking, writing, or just catching a ball in sports class, for example. That would cause me excruciating pain to my finger. I'd go to the hospital to get it checked out. I got x-rays done, no broken bone, no fractured bone. So the doctor would assume, maybe you just sprained it. I'd be told, buddy up your fingers for 2 weeks, and after those 2 weeks, you should feel no pain. But instead of feeling no pain, I felt more pain. And these injuries happened one after the next, and they got worse and worse, of course. It got so bad that people at the emergency of the hospital started recognizing me and my mom, and we started recognizing them. I don't know who in here could tell me that they recognize people at such a place, because if it were me, I wouldn't want to recognize these people, but it did happen. And with each injury that I got, my pain was getting worse. It was radiating throughout my body even more, and I was becoming an invalid. On a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being no pain and 10 being the worst pain that you could possibly feel, I was at a 12 or a 13 out of 10. So you could imagine how bad that pain was. I didn't know what was causing it. I was only 13, and all I could just hope for is for this pain to disappear. But of course it didn't, and I just didn't know why it was on me and not anyone else. From being such an active kid, doing every single sport possible, in just a few months, I became a girl who couldn't do anything. My mom needed to help me just to go to the washroom. That's how bad it got. And I was finally diagnosed with what is called amplified musculoskeletal pain syndrome at the Montreal Children's Hospital, where Dr. Angelmo and his amazing interdisciplinary team, along with the Shriners people, really helped me to understand, and they reassured me by telling me that they could help me. And that's all I needed by then, because I had been suffering for such a long time. I started with physio. With a physiotherapist, I learned how to regain some mobility, how to stretch, how to move. And at first I found that these exercises were so useless. I didn't know why I needed to do them. But after doing them for a few months, I saw some progress. I was able to walk again. Sure, I was walking like this, extremely stiff, not moving my knees or my ankles, and my brothers and my sisters would usually tell me that I looked like a robot. But to me, that was progress, and it was a step forward from where I was before. Along with that, I also had techniques like cold packs, hot packs, which really helped me. But I think one of them that was important was exercise. It was winter when she told me to start exercising, so I'd exercise just a bit, not too much. But when came time during the summer, my mom decided, you know what? Let's start a renovation project. Let's demolish our front porch and just rebuild it. And to some you'd think, that's such a stupid idea. But I loved renovations, so I was like, yeah, sure. And I remember Dr. Angelmo telling me at the beginning when I started seeing him, you have to fight through your pain. It sounded nice, but I had no clue what it meant. So I just kept it in the back of my mind and thought, you know what? It's something that I'll just remember. But as I was starting this renovation project, my pain was still excruciating, but I just wanted to help. I was lifting bags of gravel, bags of cement with no problem. And if you were to see me in the street doing all this, you wouldn't even realize that I was in pain. I went from having so much pain to being able to push through my pain to get to this place where I was pain-free. And this is where I realized that it wasn't how I was doing the exercise, it was how I could just start doing it and just be able to push through it and to keep doing consistent exercise and intense exercise. I always thought that pain equaled exercising and moving, so I'd always tell myself, don't move, try not to move too much to try to decrease my pain, but that was all wrong. When I realized that I had to push through my pain, that's when I started getting better. With the psychologist, I also learned techniques to help me alleviate some of my pain, like visualization, deep breathing, but I think the most important one to me was distraction. By then, I was going to school maybe once a week for a half day, and during that half day, teachers and my friends would come up to me and ask me, where have you been for such a long time? And my only response was, I'm in pain. And they didn't believe me. Why would they? Pain is an invisible illness, and due to the invisibility, there's no signs. On top of that, I was able to distract myself so well from my pain, so no one would ever know that I was feeling anything. And it got even worse. A teacher even came up to me one day and said, "Could I please speak to your doctor? I don't think that you're in pain. I think that you're lying to me." And that really got me mad because I'm one girl who suffers from chronic pain, and there are so many other kids out there who suffer from chronic pain and who are going to be told that they're lying for something that is invisible and that they can't help. With the psychologist, I also needed to find out what was causing my pain. Was it stress, he asked me? Is it anything disturbing you, anything bothering you? And to all of those questions, my only answer was, no, remove my pain, get rid of it, and I'll be fine. But that wasn't true, because my mom got so mad one day and asked me, "Jackie, what is causing you stress? Do you know what stress is?" And I said, "No, stress is stress. It's something that you feel." And she told me, "No, stress is anything that changes in your environment, anything new." And so I started realizing that's true, because whenever I had something new in my environment, a stressor, that would cause me stress and therefore increase my pain. And I was in this vicious circle where my pain was just getting worse and worse because I had so many stressors. So in order to break this vicious circle, I had to decrease my stress. And by decreasing my stress, I was able to decrease my pain. Till the point now, to this day, I'm able to do it automatically. My body is able to just de-stress me automatically by finding techniques like distraction or breathing, and I just do it automatically. I don't know how it happens, but I'm pain-free, so I think that it works. I also found personal techniques through this whole journey of pain, like compression wear that my aunts got me, baking soda water, a good diet, less sugar, and not eating stuff that I'm not used to. And the best one, massages. My mom gives the best massages ever. I don't know how she does it. She always gets the right spot, and I'm always pain-free after that. She also does desensitization, so my nerves are just extremely sensitive, and they've gone crazy. So just regular sensations, just a light touch caused me a lot of pain. So she had to retrain my nerves by giving me different textures and touching it to my skin. And at first, just light touch would cause me to scream and to cry because it was so painful. But now, just her doing it every single day repetitively with combs, rollers, brushes, anything that gives a different texture is normal feeling to me now. Normal in the sense that I don't feel pain, that is. And all of these tools that I just said would fit into my toolbox where whenever I feel pain, I'm able to figure out, which ones I should be picking out of it and using for the specific time. Like today, coming to talk in front of everyone here, I was feeling stressed out, so I knew I had to take tools out of this toolbox like compression wear, baking soda water, de-stressing techniques, and it helped because I'm not in pain right now. And I think that all of these techniques are good, but the best one is family support. Without my parents, my family, and everyone around me, I wouldn't have gotten through this journey by myself. I wouldn't be cured, I don't think. Because they really supported me, and even my grandparents. Every time that I would go over to their place, they wouldn't care that I had pain. They would disregard the fact that I had it and just start making jokes to distract me. So every time that I would go over to their place, I'd feel so happy because going over to their place would equal no pain, and it was amazing. My grandmother also told me, you need to be consistent in your exercise, because I was only doing exercise once a week, once a week. And she told me, look, I have arthritis, and I'm able to, every day, wake up and be consistent enough to run 4 kilometers. And she told me, you should do the same. So I looked at her and I said, yeah, that's true, I should do the same. And so I did. Every single day now, I decide I want to wake up and do exercise because I know that it's beneficial to me and I want to be consistent in what I do. And it has pushed me to where I am today. And my mom also revealed to me recently that If she could have, in the moment where I was feeling the worst pain, and I was in the lowest point of my life, really, for the 18 years that I've lived, she would have removed the pain from me. She would have taken it to herself just to not see me in this pain and just suffer. She would just suffer because she didn't want to see me suffer, and it just made her feel so bad. So that just proves how much she loved me just to do that and just to say that. And I think the message that I want everyone to take home tonight is that although pain is invisible, as Plato once said, be kind to all because you don't know the hard battle that others are facing. And that is really true because it's invisible. Anyone could be suffering from pain, kids, adults, and even older people. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline Chow. What a beautiful testimonial. Wow. This evening we're hearing wonderful things. I don't know if you agree with me, but this is a fine evening, do you think? We are spending a wonderful evening at home. I'm sure that you agree with me as well. Now we have come to the health break time, and so you can pick up coffee, tea, a little glass of wine. Why not? Just to walk around, get up, and stretch your legs. It'll make you feel better. I have a little something to tell you before you leave again. I wish to thank our partners and our diamond partners. So, Présentabilité, Louise and Adam Edwards, Government of Quebec Ministry of Health and Social Services and of Education, and also Pfizer and Gardner of Canada. And for those of you who are here with us, you are really treated this evening because we prepared tiny little bites. Not me, but somebody did prepare tiny treats, tiny bites. All you need to do is leave the room, go into the area next door, and please come back to your table to eat. And at home, I'm sorry, I would have loved to have sent you some so you don't have to prepare an evening lunch, but go prepare a snack or fetch something to eat as well. I just want to point out questions. You can write us or in the chat box on YouTube or at the address you see on the screen. But now I wish to leave you for 20 minutes. Take the time to relax and to enjoy those tiny bites and snacks for those who are here. And thank you, everyone. See you soon.
And I'm back. We're still here. We're back. Hi again. Good evening. Did you have a good meal? I prepared that with you today, but I won't say this as I can't joke about that. Wasn't it delicious? I hope you were able to prepare a little snack at home too, because our snack was pretty good here. So let's continue with this wonderful night. We have great comments. I looked on my messenger because I like that, and the comments that people who are listening to us are great. Everybody's happy. We continue this wonderful evening, this famous PAINtalks 2021 edition. Now I would like to introduce Anne-Marie Dideck. Her topic is translational pain research, bridging basic science and the clinic. Anne-Marie is a fellow of METAX in the lab of Dr. Mike Hedelbrand at Carleton University and at the Research Institute of the Ottawa Hospital. She studies spinal cord psychology in humans and rats and its relation with pain. She is representative of the NAPS, which is the North American Pain School. She was selected with a special contest where only NAPS participants since 2016 could apply. Please welcome Anne-Marie Dideck.
Picture a scientist, a pain researcher. She's at the top of her field, and she has just made a huge discovery. She found a mechanism, this chain reaction that results in chronic pain. Now, this is really exciting, and she is going to spend the next 5 years studying this mechanism. Along the way, she's going to publish her work in the world's top journals along with her team. This exciting research is just so exciting, and it's going to inspire her to spark a collaboration with a pharmaceutical partner to develop a drug that's going to target the pathway that she discovered. It's going to take a couple years because in science, as anyone who does research here knows, everything takes longer than you expect. But along with her pharmaceutical partner, she finds that the drug that they developed works very well and is safe and effective at modulating pain in their animal models. And this is fantastic. So this now means that they can move forward with the next big step in this research. So now that she knows, she studied this mechanism for maybe 10 years, knows that it's safe, it's effective in our rat studies, we're ready for the next big step. And that's human clinical trials. And so the first stages of clinical trials in humans focus on making sure that the drug in question is safe. So again, this is going to take a couple years, as everything does, but our researcher in question gets results back. Good news. The drug is very well tolerated and it's safe. Now, the next phase. Is it effective to treat pain in the human clinical pain population? And this is where our researcher gets a little bit of bad news. The results show no effect, nothing in the clinical population. But how is this possible? Because, as I just told you, this researcher has spent more than a decade researching this pathway, researching this drug, sees it's effective in the animal model. So, what's going on? And let me just pause for a moment and tell you that this story is actually based on true events. And the researcher in question, who led the path in this field, actually went on to lay the foundation to the solution to the problem that they discovered. But back to the researcher that I was describing earlier. What went wrong in her research? Do you think maybe she made a mistake? But let me tell you that her research was very well designed. Her tools were cutting edge. Every element of her scientific process was rigorous and excellent. Maybe the problem wasn't with the initial study design, but maybe the issue was her model. Now, see, historically, basic science research, especially in the field of pain, has been conducted using male rodent models. But this is a bit of a problem because, well,
the clinical pain population is made up of humans, and actually 2/3 of those humans are females. And it seems that something is getting lost in translation from these basic science male animal models into our human clinical population. So, what are we going to do? What we need is translational research. Research that aims to connect these basic science rodent models with the human clinical population. The research team that I'm a part of has been using such translational approaches for the last few years. What we do, which is mostly actually using rodent models, we study nitty-gritty, tiny details of molecular mechanisms in the spinal cord. But at the same time, in parallel, we collect tissue from human organ donors. When a family consents to the donation of their loved one's organs for transplant, as well as tissue for donation to our research, I go into the operating room along with the help of a fantastic neurosurgeon, and we remove the spinal cord from the patient. This allows us this incredible opportunity because the cells in the spinal cord, for some short time, are still firing and communicating, almost as if the patient was still alive. And this gives us this window of opportunity where we can actually do models, these experiments that very closely parallel what we're able to do in our rodent studies. This gives us the valuable opportunity to be able to do these experiments in parallel and to make sure in early stages of our basic science research that the targets and the mechanisms that we're studying are actually applicable to our human clinical pain population, which is fantastic. The other thing that this approach allows us to do is to be able to study these mechanisms in both sexes, in males and females. And this is critically important because work from some of our fabulous colleagues, as well as some recent results from our research team as well, have found that there are fundamental differences in how males and females both develop and continue to maintain states of chronic pain. So therefore, it's critically important that we're not leaving anyone out, that we're studying both males and females. And our research team is doing that. We're studying both sexes in rats and both sexes in humans. So, I did omit one really important factor, though. And I say this just in hopes of inspiring us all to do better. Better in science, better in translational research, and better just to make sure that everybody is being seen and heard. And there's still a few factors missing in our translational research models. The first being that we have not yet begun to address potential differences that may exist amongst a clinical population across race. We also haven't yet begun to address differences that may exist in our non-binary spectrum of sex. But translational research is a very new field, and we still have work left to do to bring it up to speed and make it representative of our diverse clinical population. However, in recent years, we've made fabulous research and fabulous progress using these translational models. We're collecting and examining rodent and human spinal cord tissue. We're running these experiments in parallel. This makes sure that what we're studying is relevant to the human clinical pain population. Using these techniques, we are aiming to make science more effective, more efficient, and better representative of the clinical pain population. And we hope to do this in aims of helping the millions out there suffering from chronic pain that are waiting for new, safe, and effective treatments for their disease. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne-Marie Dideck. Thank you. What a good start to our evening. And now I wish to introduce Estefania Loza and the topic, how much pain are they having? The challenges of assessing others' pain. And Stefania was a student in research and intervention in clinical neuropsychology in the University of Montreal, studies psychosocial factors that can impact the way we assess other people's pain. And she is eligible for the competition for the best presenter this evening. I wish you to greet Stefania Loza, please. I will start by asking you to look at this attentively, very carefully. And if I ask you, what are you seeing? You're going to say, a soccer player that fell, and you'd be right. But I have another question for you. Now, how intense is his pain, do you think? Imagine on a scale of 0 to 10, where 0 equals no pain and 10 equals the most intense pain you can imagine. And what score would you give him, do you think? Well, possibly your answers would vary based on your knowledge about pain. But personally, I don't have an answer. But if I were to ask my father, who looked at hundreds of pictures of soccer in his life, certainly he'd be good to tell me whether the soccer player is pretending to be in pain or not. But up front, looking at him like this, I would probably give him a scare above 8, even 10, because it seems to be very painful. But if I were to ask a mommy who just delivered what score we would give her or we would give him, it wouldn't be a 10, because she knows what pain is. And so you will start to see that several factors will make it such, even if we look at the same expression of pain, will give an intensity of pain that varies. And so finally, how do you know which score corresponds to your pain intensity? The best way to know is to ask the person himself. For those of you in the room who are also patients or suffer from pain, you know certainly that there is no one else who can feel your pain but you, and you are the best judges. But in a setting where you are seeking care, someone else is going to make that assessment. So now let's change scenario. And so when a clinician's task is to assess a patient's pain, it's not simple. It's complex enough to begin with. They have to take into account what the patient is saying, but also a physical examination, facial expressions of pain, postures, etc. Not easy. But why is it so important that the patient's pain assessment be as accurate as possible? Well, because the effectiveness of the care depends on it, and pain assessment is the first step in choosing the right treatment. If a clinician makes a pain assessment that doesn't really match the patient's experience, he or she may offer a treatment that is not appropriate to the patient's needs, which could make the patient's condition worse. Even beyond the treatment, it is important for the clinician to have a good grasp of the patient's experience so that he or she can show appropriate levels of empathy for the patient's situation. Otherwise, the patient may feel misunderstood and distrustful of the caregiver, which can generate a great deal of frustration and also impact the treatment. Knowing how important pain assessment is, researchers wanted to study the factors that influence pain assessments. A team of researchers in BC who were interested in the psychology of pain began to study the subject in the 1990s. They noticed that when the pain ratings of patients and observers were put on the same scale, the observers' ratings were consistently lower than the patients by 50 to 80%. That's a lot. And this is not a random finding. Studies on the subject have continued to this day, and the vast majority find this same underestimation bias. We are not sure why this is the case, but we wanted to know if there are factors that will make us underestimate the pain of others. Now, let's go back to our images of people in pain. Here, if I ask you again what you see, you're going to say a woman in pain. And usually, precisely, one of the first things you notice about someone is their gender. So what do the studies say about the influence of the gender of the person in pain on our pain ratings? Remember, I told you that in general we underestimate the pain of others. Well, for women it's worse. A 2016 study found that clinicians underestimate women's pain by nearly 1 point on the 0 to 10 scale. They also saw that for the same health issues, men were more likely to be prescribed opioids and painkillers. It may be hard to believe, but this actually happens, and more often. This summer, I stumbled across this article from Radio Canada, or CBC. The article is entitled Left in Pain in a Toronto Hospital. It tells the story of a woman who suffers from trigeminal neuralgia, and when she arrived at the hospital, the staff didn't believe that her pain required opioids. Despite what she said, they left her in pain for hours and hours. After reading this, I ventured into the comments of the article, and I read a few that I wanted to share with you. Firstly, we have Madam 1. She said, I heard the ambulance driver tell the nurse that my pain was theatrical and that it was the first and the last time I took an ambulance in my life. Often, women's pain is not taken seriously. Now, Madam 2. I broke my arm and I was in agony, and the doctor in the emergency room told me the women complain too much and dramatize it, and that's in their nature. True story. And there were dozens of such testimonials, and they're real, of women who were underestimated and suffered a lot from the pain. How can we see this? The explanation would actually come from our unconscious prejudices, the gender stereotypes that we all have internalized during our lives. Gender stereotypes suggest that men are more tolerant of pain than women and less likely to report it, while women tend to be more dramatic and exaggerate more often. Although we don't consciously adhere to this idea, these stereotypes are so present in our society that they can sometimes appear in our behavior in an unconscious way, and this can be detrimental to others. Speaking of stereotypes, you're going to see me coming with this other picture. Well, precisely, I'm going to ask you what you think about the main difference between this photo and the others I've shown you. And as you might have guessed, it's the skin color of the person. It will probably not surprise you that if I tell you once again, studies show that if the person in pain is black, their pain will be underestimated compared to a white person. Studies with several hundred participants have shown that black patients are less likely to receive pain medications, and when they do, they receive far less than white patients. American researchers looked into why, and they conducted a study where they asked participants to judge the pain intensity of white or black patients in certain scenarios. They had them fill out a questionnaire about beliefs about biological differences between whites and blacks. In this questionnaire, there were false statements such as, "I think black people have thicker skin than white people," or "I think black people's blood clots faster than white people's." Next, the participant was asked to say how much he or she agreed with the statement. What did we see as a result? Well, the more the participants believed that these false statements, the more they tended to underestimate the pain of black people compared to white people. And when they did the same study with medical students, they found the same results. It shows that, like with women, the reason is again related to stereotypes that are held in society. Here it dates back to the time of slavery, and yet we still see the effects today. And clinical experience is also one of the factors that has been studied in relation to pain assessments. And so you would think that the more experience you have with people in pain, the better you would be at assessing their pain intensity. In fact, it's the opposite. The opposite is true. When you compare health professionals, relatives of patients and people with no clinical experience, everyone underestimates pain. But the ones who do it the most are the health professionals, and even more so if they had experience. How is that? Well, researchers claim that it could be a coping mechanism that allows caregivers to provide treatment despite the distress they experience when exposed to someone else's pain. And there are even clinicians who have proposed this explanation as well, but we don't yet have a study to confirm this hypothesis. Overall, there are plenty of factors that have been studied in relation to our biases and pain assessments, and this could even involve the caregiver and the person in pain. We can chat about this for hours, but what I really wanted to show you today is that finally, we're not all that good in assessing other people's pain. There are little tricks we can use to be less bad, though. And there's no miracle recipe, but a few leads. If you are a patient and you end up in an assessing pain context, you can give the clinician as much information as possible. Not only will your nonverbal, your physical exams will be helpful, but also a very detailed description of your pain experience. And of course, it would include concrete examples. Let's say your hip is hurting. You could tell the clinician that it prevents you from climbing the steps in your house, or it's painful when, you walk in your kitchen, little things of the sort that will help the clinician put himself in your shoes to try to imagine what you're feeling. And the assessment will be faster and more accurate. And we can do this individually, but collectively, what to do? Well, I told you earlier, one of the reasons why we're not good at assessing people's pain is because of the false beliefs due to stereotypes. And the solution to this, you will have guessed it, education, awareness, and we have to make a more enlightened judgment. And that's why I'm before you today, because as a society, for all those who experience pain, we want them to receive the best possible treatment. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Estonia, Loza, and if you'll understand, I'm not out of the woods. I'm a woman, and furthermore, I'm an artist. So, of course, they really do not believe me. And they say to themselves, oh, my God, she's got plenty of stories in her head. So we're going to continue. I'd like to now introduce you to Arnaud Duport. And there's subject matters that are highly interesting this evening. And when I name the subject, I have a lengthy phrase. But here's something very funny. Have you seen your shoulder? And a kinesiologist, therapist by profession, he obtained a master's, is now pursuing a doctorate while studying the impact of kinesiophobia on the endogenic systems and pain inhibition on the motor control and excitability that is tied to the corticospinal aspect. I've never mentioned as pretty terms in one sentence in 49 years. I practiced for that one, I must tell you. And so Arnaud is eligible for the best presentation this evening, so please greet Arnaud Duport. Hello, Mr. Duport, please come in. Mr. Duport, now remind you why you came here initially. Well, in fact, I felt like a slight pain moving my shoulder after a good badminton session with a friend, and I wanted to be reassured. And I said, well, it's a good thing you came because I have the results of your ultrasound right before me. Let me review these. And so presenting you with a hypersignal of the soft parts of the rotator cuff. Hypersignal? With an opposing solution of continuity at the proximal insertion of the supraspinatus of long axis, 18 millimeters, short axis, 12 millimeters, a solution of what? With a narrowing of the subacromial space with the presence of a calcification of the subscapularis anthesis. Calcification, like in my coffee pot? All suggestive of a partial transfixing rupture of the cuff. A rupture? You should be careful with your shoulder, Mr. Duport. You are not young anymore. Goodbye badminton for me. Fortunately, I can operate you very quickly. Let me look at my availability. June 2026? You have just witnessed a medical consultation, hardly romanticized, that I underwent a few years ago. So let me go over what happened. I imagine that, like me, most of you have already consulted a health professional and had an examination to perform after the consultation, or an imaging, an MRI. And did it scare you? I don't mean the doctor, I mean you. I mean the result only. Yes, well, so was I. Basically, I consulted my doctor for slight pain to my shoulder after almost 2 hours of badminton. Logical, you might say. And so he prescribed an ultrasound. Well, first of all, we know today that the overuse of imaging to put a label on a pain can scare patients, and it increases the risk of making it chronically painful. Moreover, if we do imaging exams after the age of 20, such as an X-ray, an ultrasound, a CT scan, an MRI, and many others, we have a high probability of finding things, even in people who do not have pain. For example, if we take one of you who doesn't have pain anywhere and we do an ultrasound of the shoulder, there could be lumbar pain, back pain, and high probability that we'll find something, arthrosis, lesion of the labrum, discopathy. These are things that we don't want to hear generally. I would even say that it tends to scare the patient more than to help the management of the pain. And so here we're in front of the pain. I don't know if we had the same doctor. I think mine is a secret agent. Let me explain. Today I'm a physical therapist. Therefore, I know the technical terms, but at the time such was not the case. And so I was in front of him. I would see him dictate his results of the ultrasound with his head down. His look was severe and blah, 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 calcification, blah, 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 rupture, blah, blah, blah. In my head, I only remembered rupture and calcification. The vocabulary, the medical vocabulary, can quickly make us dramatize a situation. There are complex words with Greek roots. Words are sometimes too long. I must say, I wasn't really reassured. I asked to sort of reassure myself. I asked, is it classical, traditional at my age? I mean, to experience this, I was about 30 years at the time. And then he said, you are not young anymore, Mr. Duport. You're not 20 anymore. I almost fell off my chair. Sincerely, I thought that at 30 years old, one was still a little young. So I was a little shocked. I said, okay, I have to take things in hand. What can I do to improve my situation? And then again, he said, oh, well, you should perhaps do less badminton and be careful with your shoulder. And so, after all these fine words, I went back home, and during the time of the journey, I got to the point where I was afraid to move my shoulder. I even said to myself that I was going to take care of my shoulder, and very much so, and stop playing badminton for quite some time. And this consultation finally had clearly contributed to making me stop certain physical activities and all of the social enjoyment stemming from it. Therefore, I thanked him, and I went home. And what happened next? Everything I've shown you on the screen, all these concepts, including the fear of moving, falls into a great model that represents the two journeys that a patient can cross when confronted with pain. And the model is here. It represents a vicious cycle that can contribute to the chronicity of a patient's pain. In practice, what's happened to the patient? Well, a patient who feels pain, acute pain, can be led to ruminate on his pain and to amplify the seriousness of what he has or he feels. And all of this conditioning is favored by beliefs, like false beliefs. If I have pain, if I hurt myself, I must stop moving so that it heals. And also by caregivers who are sometimes clumsy in their comments and a little awkward. How you have a beautiful break or fracture. And then finally, we're all concerned. Some are very alarmist, anxiety-provoking. Stop, you'll damage your back. I mean, how many of you have heard, stop it, be careful, you're going to hurt your back? So all of these beliefs and behaviors, and by forcing oneself to avoid doing things well, one becomes less and less efficient, and this can ultimately lead to disabilities, depression, deconditioning, and this will take us back to the pain in a loop. This is the famous fear avoidance model. And on the contrary, those who are not so afraid to move will, not being afraid leads to confrontation of the painful situation to lead to recovery. So you're going to tell me, yes, well, it's all good and well, but what can we do to avoid that vicious cycle? Well, in fact, there are treatments available currently, but the results are uncertain. And so then he said, so what? That's it? I almost felt like saying yes. And after thinking of the problem, something came up. Before my ultrasound, when I wanted to get something from the doctor, I would do this. And after my ultrasound, I would do that. And I don't know if you see, but there's a slight difference, although minimal, a detail. But then, it wasn't my shoulder that completed the movement, but rather my torso. And then I told myself, wait a minute. Now, is it the fear of moving and also aggravating the injury that prevents you from moving that much? If I was less afraid of moving, perhaps I would adapt my movement, or differently so. So it is interesting and important to ask this question. In the population, there are two types of people: those who are afraid to move and those who are not so afraid to move, and those who are not afraid at all. And so those who are afraid to move, they're more likely to develop chronic pain, contrary to the others, as the model showed. But in the presence of acute pain, and what the two types will show is that they will move similarly. If we can identify a motor adaptation in view of the pain that is typical of those people who are afraid to move and therefore who are likely to become in chronic pain, we could wonder if it isn't that change of the specific movement that is in part responsible for pain chronicity. It would enable us to associate a motor change in particular to chronicity of the pain, which is the topic of my thesis. And so we'll be interested in the change in the movement in three areas. So when the movement was born, so the motor cortex, and the one that achieves the movement, the muscle, and then the movement overall. And so how the joints move in relation to the other. And then you're certainly going to ask, is all your stories good, but we're patients and we're families of patients. How might this help us in practice? Now, if we are capable of identifying a motor change that is very specific in view of pain, and those who fear moving at all, you can improvise re-education that's aimed at the level involved in the chronicity as of the chronic pain appears. And so this is an additional form of treatment for hundreds of millions of people. Avoid this chronic pain vicious cycle. I would like to ask you a question, all of you here, to conclude. In the presence of acute pain, think the next time around, how will you adapt your movements? And I thank you. Thank you for listening.
Arnaud Duport, merci beaucoup.
Arnaud Duport, thank you very much. Now we understand the sentence, have you seen your shoulder after your story? We know where this comes from now. Now I would like to introduce our second guest speaker, Professor Lynn Gautier. Her topic is Navigating the Fog, choosing between life-saving cancer treatment and reducing treatment-related pain. Lynn Gautier is a fellow of the Research Fund of Quebec Santé and also assistant professor at Laval University in the Department of Emergency Medicine and Family Medicine, as well as at the research chair in palliative care. She is a scientist at the Oncology Division of the Research Center of the CHU de Québec. She co-directs the Division of Symptoms and the Quality of Life in the Research Network of Quebec. Her research are at the intersection between cancer-related pain and aging. Please greet Professor Lynn Gautier.
I want to start by asking you to imagine having to decide between treating your cancer and treating your pain. Now, fortunately, treatments for cancer have become pretty sophisticated, which has improved the survival rates for many of cancers. But unfortunately, many of the treatments that are meant to cure the cancer can also cause chronic pain. Tonight, I'm going to be telling you about one very poorly understood type of cancer treatment-related pain called chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy, or I'll be calling it CIPN for short. CIPN is a term that represents a constellation of sensory, motor, and autonomic symptoms. It's characterized by a stocking and glove distribution, with the longest nerves affected first. So what this means is that symptoms start off first in the toes, and they move into the feet, and up into the ankles, and then into the legs, and in the fingertips, and then into the hands, wrists, and arms. Some people experience symptoms in the face. These symptoms can feel like burning, shooting, cramping type pain. People can experience pain from stimuli that's not normally painful, like a light touch or touching something cold. Some people experience symptoms that they don't necessarily describe as pain, but more weird symptoms like tingling or numbness or pins and needles. People can also experience weakness in their arms and legs. These symptoms have a tremendous impact on well-being and quality of life. Altered sensation can lead to things like injuries, like burns, because you can't tell when something is too hot to touch. The altered sensation, as well as the motor weakness, could lead to other injuries, like balance difficulties leading to falls and injuries like a broken leg or a broken hip. The symptoms can also impact on well-being in other, maybe less dramatic ways, but add it all up, have a huge impact on quality of life. For example, people lose the ability to drive because they can no longer sense the brake and gas pedals. They also have a hard time cooking for themselves because touching hot and cold things causes tremendous pain. It's very common. More than 60% of patients experience these symptoms while they're undergoing treatment with certain types of chemotherapies and immediately after treatment, and up to 30% of patients experience chronic CIPN, so for them it never goes away. There are no cures for CIPN, there's no way to prevent it, and there's only one medication to treat it, but it doesn't treat all of the symptoms, and so as a result, it's not very commonly prescribed. Now here's the critical part. In 2 to 65% of patients who receive certain types of neurotoxic chemotherapies, the symptoms and their impact on functioning are so bad that they have to get less chemotherapy than prescribed. They either receive a reduced dose of chemotherapy at each infusion, or they have to stop their treatment early altogether. And in fact, because there's no way to prevent CIPN or really to treat it, this is really considered the primary way to manage CIPN. Now, this is a problem because receiving less chemotherapy than prescribed could have an impact on the effectiveness of the chemotherapy to treat the cancer and ultimately someone's long-term survival. But we don't know if receiving a lower dose of chemotherapy or stopping treatment early altogether will cure the CIPN or even stop its progression. So there may be some real uncertainty about the decision to receive all of the chemotherapy to treat the cancer or to receive less of it to treat the pain. Now, you may be thinking that because of the importance of this decision, that there may be some really clear guidelines about when this decision needs to be considered. But in fact, the guidelines for the prevention and management of CIPN only state that clinicians should talk to patients in the event of intolerable neuropathy and/or functional nerve impairment. But they don't tell us what these things mean. So people are faced with this really important decision, but they don't have any tools to help them decide. And you can imagine that if you don't have good tools, or really any tools at all, to help you make this decision, it's really hard to make an informed, values-based decision, or one that is consistent with what you want for your healthcare. And you can imagine that how do you prioritize the choice to live an extra year of life with really debilitating CIPN against the choice to experience your family life in the way that you want to experience it, like having the strength in your arms to lift your grandchildren up. So I want to ask you again to imagine having to decide between treating your cancer and treating your pain, where there's so little information about how to make this choice. It's a little bit like navigating in the fog without having a lighthouse to guide you home. And you might expect that we would have a really good understanding about what factors are associated with needing to have one of these treatment changes. But to date, the research has really only focused on a certain small number of potential predictors of needing a treatment change to manage your CIPN. And so far, this research has really just focused on the type of chemotherapy and a certain number of demographic and clinical factors like your age or whether you have other chronic conditions like diabetes. But other factors may be important. And we know from the larger chronic non-cancer pain literature and cancer pain literature that CIPN as well is associated with biopsychosocial factors, such as whether we have other chronic conditions, our mood, the meaning we attribute to symptoms, and the support that we feel is available to us. But no one has ever looked at how these biopsychosocial factors are associated with the decision to alter chemotherapy to treat CIPN. So my lab has started to ask these types of questions to understand how these decisions are made, under what conditions, and for whom. And we started with the latter two questions by asking what factors are associated with a CIPN-related dose reduction or early discontinuation of chemotherapy. So this was a study of women with early-stage breast cancer who were undergoing taxane-based treatment for breast cancer. We met with women just prior to the first cycle of chemotherapy and then immediately after the last cycle of chemotherapy. And women completed measures, self-report measures of neurotoxicity symptoms. So those weird symptoms I described earlier, like numbness, tingling, and pins and needles. They also completed measures of neuropathic pain, hot burning pain, cold freezing pain, pain caused by light touch, things like that, as well as non-neuropathic pain. They completed measures of mood, quality of life, the meaning of symptoms, and they underwent something called a quantitative sensory testing procedure to understand their sensation and pain threshold to different stimuli, like cold and hot, vibration and touch, on the hand and on the foot. So in this study, 38% of the women needed a CIPN-related dose reduction or early discontinuation. And we found that the factors associated with these treatment changes were biopsychosocial. So the first factor we found was the type of taxane molecule. Just briefly, within the taxane family, there are two different molecules. One is called paclitaxel, the other is docetaxel. We know from the literature that paclitaxel causes worse symptoms, it's more dose limiting. So this was not really a shock to us. But we also found that high post-treatment neuropathic pain and cold sensitivity in the hands were associated with needing a treatment change. So these two findings tell us that patients report that their symptoms are intolerable, or their healthcare providers are interpreting them that way when they reflect neuropathic pain specifically. So in addition to the weird sensations I described earlier, numbness, tingling, and pins and needles, there needed to be a neuropathic pain component, hot burning pain, cold freezing pain, pain caused by light touch. And cold sensitivity in the hands, but not the feet, suggesting that altered sensation in our hands may have a greater impact on our daily lives than altered sensation in our feet, or our healthcare providers are interpreting them that way, leading to a treatment change. But perhaps the most intriguing finding from this study was that low scores on a measure of pain catastrophizing were associated with treatment changes. Now, this is completely counterintuitive based on what we know about this measure of pain catastrophizing. Catastrophizing is a way of thinking about and reacting to pain that's characterized by rumination about pain, magnifying its negative implications, and thinking that nothing you can do is ever going to make this pain any better. Normally, in studies of people with chronic non-cancer pain and cancer pain, catastrophizing is usually associated with worse pain. So we would have expected in this study to see catastrophizing associated with such intense CIPN that people needed a treatment change, but we found the opposite. Because these decisions rely on communication between the healthcare provider and the patient, we have to think about how communication plays a role in these decisions. And we know from one model called the Cancer Threat Interpretation Model by Lauren Heathcote that the meaning people attribute to their symptoms plays a role in their behavior, and perhaps in this case, in symptom reporting to healthcare providers. And we also know that catastrophizing is associated with cancer-related worry. So it may be possible that catastrophizing here really reflects people's worry about telling their healthcare providers about their CIPN symptoms in case it results in a treatment change that may affect the effectiveness of the chemotherapy to treat the cancer and ultimately their survival. So as you can see, these treatment changes are not simply a function of just the intensity of symptoms, but there are a whole host of biopsychosocial factors that may be important, specific conditions by which it may be happening, and to whom, based on people's thoughts and feelings about their pain. Now, because of the importance of this decision, you may expect that we might know a little bit about how these decisions are made, but I can tell you that there is no research examining how people are making these decisions. So my lab is about to launch a study where we're going to look at real-life situations to understand, see, and hear what is actually happening when patients and their healthcare providers are having these discussions about needing to make a treatment change. And although this research is really in its infancy, I hope that the knowledge that we eventually gain from this research will help us to develop some tools for people that will make it easier to make these decisions that are informed and get grounded in people's values about their cancer care and their pain management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lynn, Gautier, professor. So interesting to hear these things. And I like those charts and those visuals or images just like a child. I just love those. I get the impression I better understand all these topics. And everybody, you're still with us? Your evening is going well at home as well? I know that this year we are holding an evening that won't be as long because last year it had extended. Everybody loved to ask questions. We loved to chat. And I remind you that this year the question period will only be at the end of the conference. It will come up in a few minutes. If you still have questions, feel free to write to the same email address. We'll continue and move on. I now wish to introduce Melanie Rock and her topic, a dry needle to relieve you. And Melanie Rock is a physical therapist nurse and currently a student for her doctorate in the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Sherbrooke, and her field of interest has to do with dry needles and the treatment of myofascial pain, and she is eligible for the best presentation competition, and I wished to have you greet Melanie Rock. If I say the words knots and pain, what does that make you think of? Raise your hand for those of you who have had knots or tension in your muscles that cause pain. Don't be shy. Raise your hand if you felt it. You see, we're a real good group. And let me tell you, that's pretty much what's reported in the literature. 85% of the world's population will suffer at one point or another from myofascial pain in their lifetime. Now, isn't that big enough a problem to talk about and to look for solutions to improve these people's health? Now, allow me to start with the distinction between acupuncture needles and the use of dry needles in physical therapy, because people don't quite know. Firstly, let's start with the needle, the tool, a dry needle. Now, it's not dry because it's old or faded. It is dry because no liquid will enter or leave it. So essentially, we use the same tool for both approaches. In acupuncture, the most frequent use of the needle is to play with the energy that circulates in the different meridians that they call qi. And in physical therapy, we'll treat the pain and inflammation. So we are going to inject in those muscles that are involved. And so I spoke of myofascial pain at the start of the presentation. Now, facial, you know what muscle means, and facial is, or fascia, is the envelope of the muscle, and myofascia or facial, well, of course, involves the envelope and these muscles. And so we will try to inject in these muscles, and even in the famous knot that is so painful. And now you're going to say, what is that? What is it? Why is it a knot? Why does it hurt? And the best picture I can show you, and I apologize to vegetarians, if we look at a piece of tenderloin and we come up with a cross-section, all of the muscle fibers will be aligned into the same direction. Now, if you took a microscope and if you could see that smallest fiber unit of the muscle, there are two kinds of fibers that slide in relation to each other, and they're really, really tiny, and also, you know, when we're going to contract the muscle, they'll have the ability of sliding one with the other, and they will engage and they will shorten the fiber. And so when I contract the muscle, of course, it's going to shorten. And thus far, all things are going well. But for various reasons, and I will list a few, bad posture, and I saw people sort of sitting up and straightening up. And so trauma, repeated movements, and for all these reasons, you know, I mean, muscle fibers remain contracted and will also trigger the pain. That's when the problem will start. And now it's going to start to hurt. Why will it hurt? Because the contracted knot will crush the capillaries if they're responsible of taking blood to the tissues, and that will also carry oxygen. It's essential to survive. If I'm out of oxygen, I'm going to be in ischemic, and if I'm ischemic at one point, something's going to give, and then there will be inflammation, and then during inflammation, the body secretes what is called inflammatory, soup or liquid, and of course, you know, these are neurogenic chemicals that have the ability to irritate our nerves. And so if our nerves are irritated, of course, they will carry a message of pain to the brain, and things will go badly. Now, did I arouse your curiosity thus far? Now you're going to say, oh, it's all good and well. Where's the connection with that little dry needle? Well, this is where the fun starts, and this is what when I feel excited, I want to dance on stage, and I want to spare you of that painful show. I'm not an artist. I'm a physical therapist and researcher. What happens when we insert a needle in a muscle? You're going to see it's not that bad. And I have an acupuncture needle right here and a tiny little knot in my muscle right here. And yeah, I mean, epicondylitis I've had for a long time, and I will insert my needle thus far. So far so good. And now I'll show you what happens when we'll penetrate the muscle with this needle when looking at this film. If you look at the image, I gave you now some arrows, and the purple one at the top, that's where the show is going to start, and the needle will be inserted. You're not going to have a clearly defined needle. You're going to see a shadow that's going to move because I'm going to handle the needle within the muscle. If you look at the top white arrow, there's a fine white line there in the muscle. That's the fascia. And then we'll send in another fascia, and then the show will happen between these two lines. And so another thing we can look on this image, there's a huge black hole in the middle of the muscle. That's a trigger, and that's where I'm going to strike with my needle. So we're going to start the show. Let's get the show going, and you'll see the purple arrow. You see, poof, it's moving. I'm handling the needle. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to access that trigger, and we'll pay careful attention to both white lines, and you're going to see a muscle, boom, it just contracted. And don't blink, you'll miss it. And let's do another. You see, I'm trying to hit that trigger, and boom, you all saw the muscle that sort of moved. And so what you've just observed is a twitch or an involuntary, unintentional muscle reflex. And my team and myself, we showed that immediately after the twitch, there was significant reduction of stiffness and in the envelope as well. Isn't that wonderful? Now, I told you that earlier, all this was in connection with the muscles. Wow, super cool. We just removed that twist or that tension in the muscle, but the magic starts way before the twitch. And from the moment I penetrated or inserted the needle in the muscle, I activated fibers in the nervous system responsible to convey the pain messages to my brain. From that moment forward, my nervous system set into gear and started getting activated and sending the pain message. For example, I started secreting opioids, which means opioids, but opioids don't seem to be good for us. You're totally right. You know, we had the opioid crisis. It was highly mediatized, and indeed, there's side effects tied to opioids. But no, that as a human being, we're so well designed that we secrete our own opioids that we call endogenic opioids, and we don't have the side effects of the molecule that we'd likely take. And so I'm going to remove the needle because I'm secreting endorphins. It's going to go to my head, and I'm an exercise freak. And, you know, with the needle here, of course, it's going to create endorphins, and I have to be capable and able to complete this presentation. And what do I want to do? I want to secrete those hormones, the neurotransmitters that will all have the ability to block the pain message in various areas of my central nervous system. And after I inserted the needle in the muscles, of course, I reduced the stiffness in the muscle. Initially, I said there's a trigger, there's a knot, and that compresses the capillary. If I relieve the tension in the muscle, I've just increased the circulation. I will bring back oxygen into the tissues, and no more pain, total happiness. We're happy. Furthermore, well, with the increase of the blood flow, we're going to clean up. We're going to remove all of the inflammatory residues and waste that we had secreted and everything that irritated the nerves. And then after that, the pH will improve. And so I will end up with very good functionality in terms of my cells that will be normal again. I would like to talk about needles at length. There are plenty of other things we can do with needles while intervening with the fascia and the muscles. Unfortunately, as all good things must come to an end, I must tip off my hat to you. But before leaving, I want to remind you of two things. Now, with the needle, we will reduce the tension, the stiffness in the muscle tissue and in the fascia, and due to this mechanism, we'll manage to also deplete a whole bunch of mechanisms in the nervous system, the CNS, that will have the ability of reducing the pain message. So a small needle for a big effect. Thank you.
Il y a quand même un petit côté artiste.
Thank you very much, Melanie Rock. You have an artistic side. You're getting excited. That was very good. Thank you very much. And now We are almost at the end of the night. It's not over yet. We still have a lot of good things for you. And now we'd like to introduce our last guest speaker, Professor Paul Hodges, who was filmed in Australia. We will see him on screen, of course. His topic is, what should we do to better stand pain? Paul Hodges is a neuroscientist and researcher in physical therapy from the University of Queensland, Australia. He obtained 3 PhDs and is a member of the prestigious Australian Academy of Science. Dr. Hodges' research allowed us to better understand pain, its link with the way we move, and its re-education. He is the author of close to 500 papers, peer-reviewed articles that have been quoted more than 52,000 times. I invite you to listen to Dr. Hodges on the screen. Let me introduce Professor Paul Hodges.
We all experience pain, and we all want a simple solution, like a pill. Every week on the news we see the latest miracle cure for pain, but it never becomes a reality. For some people, pain becomes a major problem, but unfortunately the experience for most is that treatments have small effect. So if a pill isn't the solution, then what is? So pain is a major problem. Back pain alone accounts for more disability than any other health condition in the world. And despite enormous effort, enormous expense in the healthcare system, outcomes appear to be getting worse. Why? I think we need to take a step back and look at pain differently. We think of pain through a relatively narrow lens. When we go and see a clinician of any discipline, they may do a couple of tests and then they'll prescribe a treatment that is based on their training and their experience. It might work, it might not. If it doesn't, you may be prescribed another treatment through some kind of trial and error approach. You may go and see another clinician, receive another treatment. Is this really the best way to manage pain? So pain is complex, and I'd like to suggest that we need to look at pain differently. So if you have two different people who have apparently the same condition, they both may experience pain completely differently and respond to treatments completely differently. This diagram shows what experts believe to be all of the factors that might be associated with low back pain. So what you can see is that there are an enormous number of biological, psychological, social, and environmental factors and the relationship between them that could influence the pain experience for an individual person. Pain is complex, and pain is going to require a complex solution. And when I look at this graph, what I see is that there is going to be opportunities to individualise treatment, to personally match the treatments to the patient based on all the combination of factors that are relevant for them. So what would it take to make this a reality? So first of all, we're going to need comprehensive assessments that measure multiple things in the real world, and preferably over time, because what's relevant for a person today may not be relevant tomorrow. We're going to need intelligent systems that are able to integrate all of that information and make rational decisions about what treatments are the most appropriate for that person at that time. We're going to need an array of treatments that can be offered that depend on the specific needs of the individual person, and we need to be able to understand the predicted response to those treatments for that person. We're going to need to be able to monitor, adapt, and progress treatments to match the changing needs of people over time. So where are we at making this a reality? Well, advances in technology is making it possible for us to be able to measure multiple factors in the real world continuously. For example, wearable sensors. You all have wearable sensors in your pocket, so your smartphone, or on your wrist, activity monitor, monitoring your physical activation levels. So these types of sensors enable us to measure multiple different factors in the real world over time, and that allows us to understand what might be relevant for an individual person's pain. So these types of technologies are already making new discoveries. For example, the relationship between sleep and pain. We used to think that a person would have pain and that would interfere with their sleep. Now we know the opposite occurs as well. If a person has a poor night's sleep, they're more likely to experience a flare of their pain in the subsequent days. And it's not just how many hours you spend in bed, it's the quality of your sleep. These types of technologies are also allowing us to understand more about the interaction between different factors. For instance, some people have pain that is associated with an elevated systemic immune response, a whole body immune response. And what we now know is that if that's combined with depression, someone is more likely to have a poor outcome. But each of those factors are low, you're less likely to have a bad outcome. So it's the interaction between them that appears important. So technology is helping. Omics is another major field that is beginning to help us understand the individual differences in the way people experience pain. So omics is about your DNA, so how you are programmed to react and respond to to your life. So genomics is the study of DNA. So that's studying the genetic code of what could happen. Transcriptomics is the study of the messages or the instructions that your DNA sends out to actually enact those commands. Proteomics is the measurement of the proteins that are making it happen. And then metabolomics is the investigation of what actually happened. And by understanding that for an individual person, we can begin to understand and predict the individual differences in a person's response to pain. We also now know that those omics are not fixed from birth, and they can be changed through environment and through exposure to different variables. So what we know is that these are things that are relevant for determining a person's pain experience and their response to individual treatments. What this is going to generate is an enormous amount of data, and we're going to need assistance in connecting those dots. And advances in artificial intelligence are making that possible. In terms of treatments, we're getting better understanding of how to match treatments to patients. For example, exercise is not all the same. Some people respond best to exercise that simply encourages them to become active. Others respond to exercise that changes the way that they move when they're active. One of the good things to come out of COVID is that it's put pressure on us to be able to find ways to provide management from a distance, to monitor people, to adapt and progress programs, to provide support for self-management at a distance without people having to come into the clinic. There's going to be challenges to overcome. There's the expense. There's the potential inconvenience of wearing sensors. There's the potential changes to our healthcare system to make it possible. There's also going to be research that we need to do to fill in the gaps. So we're not there yet. We're going to need to undertake substantial more research to be able to make sure that we can precisely match treatments to the individual. But where does that leave me now? My first piece of advice is to suggest don't fall for the fad. The second piece of advice is go to reputable resources to find evidence for what treatments do work and whom they might work for, and discuss that with your healthcare provider. Hopefully, in the very near future, we'll be able to provide more directed guidance to what treatments would work best for you at that time.
Thank you very much, Professor Paul Hodge. And it puts an end to the 6th edition of PAINtalks. However, we still have questions left and to be heard, and you remember we said they'd be reserved for the end. I'd like to thank the entire team that organizes this event, and they do so with their big heart, and they're full of energy. It's a gang of young people. You don't see them. They're at the back of the room, but it's beautiful to see, and it's also one of the reasons why I feel like moderating and hosting these evenings, because it's remarkable to see. When we're at home, we're in pain, we get the impression we're alone, but when we come here, I can tell you one thing, we know that we're not alone. And there are people who care about our health, about our pain. And I can tell you that attending these evenings, whether it be here in person or at home, it's a fine source of hope and a great deal of light when we see it as dark and dim in our life. I hope at home you have enjoyed a wonderful evening, and you here present as well. I wish you, and of course, Now, I wish that all will go well for you. If you are in pain on a regular basis, please remember these interventions that you heard this evening and think of this fine gang that is concerned and cares about you. They won't forget you, I'm convinced. And thank you again to the entire team. And of course, you cannot see the technical team behind this, but it's an entire day to organize this. I mean, PAINtalks is a fine team. Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to be part of this beautiful gang, and you may give them a good hand for those of you who are here and at home as well. Thank you. And I remind you, for those who are here with us in the room, you are allowed to vote for the best presentation. Of course, we only had wonderful presentations, but we must choose a winner. And as far as I'm concerned, it concludes this fine evening for PAINtalks 2021. The questions are coming. And now I wish to introduce Monica and Maxime. A good hand for them, please. Thank you, everybody. Good evening. Have a good night. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, Guylaine, for this wonderful hosting activity. I will now start the question period, and my colleagues and myself have collected the various questions by the public. I'll invite the various conference speakers to join us on stage, and we can give them a good hand. And please note that we received many, many questions, and we won't have the time, unfortunately, to ask all of them. And so we collected those we found to be the most interesting for the largest number of people. So we'll keep it to one question per conference speaker. And I'm going to start with the first conference speaker, Alexia. Congratulations for your fine presentation. We wish you success as regards a competition. The question, do you believe that certain types of chronic pain conditions would work better in connection with rewriting pain? Yes, absolutely, clearly. And I will start by giving the example of pain that won't answer or meet the intervention, but ghost pain or phantom pain, pain following amputation, that type of pain. We're starting to understand that it's rather connected to the sensory cortex motor section, part of the brain that controls the muscles and feeling what happens to that part of the body. And so those parts of the brain after amputation, they don't doesn't understand what's going on. There's no information conveyed. And so these changes cause the pain. And now amygdala, well, there's no effect because we're not targeting our sensory motor cortex. And pain that will respond to the intervention is pain when the alarm signal is hypersensitive. It's pain that we cannot bring back or tie to a physical lesion or injury either. It's as though the brain sees the pain, fears it, apprehends it, it's a threat, and triggers that alarm signal. Anything tied to that awareness of the alarm signal, must respond. It comes from other parts of the brain, and it also comes from a musculoskeletal injury, which is also present, should not respond so much. Thank you very much for your wonderful answer, and good luck for the competition. Next question for Berag.
Yeah, so basically what I wanted to bring to the table was the modulation and the importance of modulation in the nervous system in general and in the process of chronification. So when we are focusing on components of the nervous system and we try to silence only the elements of the nervous system that are involved in what we normally call pain in acute sense of the word, we forget these modulations and modulators. In our study, actually, we introduced some of these molecular players that can contribute to the modulations and change of different sensations that can go through the same neurons and nerves. So we basically were suggesting that maybe for better therapeutic approaches, it might be better to spend some more energy and time on understanding the system and maybe using these modulators as therapeutic targets.
Awesome, very promising. Thank you very much.
We're now going to move to Maxim Kuzik, please, for the next question. Thank you again very much for your wonderful presentation, Maxime. And there was a very interesting question from the public. What could we say our loved ones to make them even more so aware of our condition? So for people who live with multiple sclerosis as well as chronic pain, that's an excellent question, honestly. I must confess that it must really depend on the individual. But I believe that the best we can do, in my opinion, would be to be present, to listen to that person who is living with that disease and to not assume what the person is feeling. It's difficult for us with who don't have the disease to put ourselves in their shoes, but we have to be attuned and receptive, and we have to try to accompany that person in her journey, and everybody's journey is different. And I'm not a psychologist, and I'd love to give you advice, but I would say just remain attuned and accompany that person, support that person through the journey. So finally, we must really be attuned to these patients. Thank you very much, Maxime, for your participation. It was super. Next we have, let me just go back to my notes. Next question will be for Stefania. It's a very specific question. So how might the gender influence the pain for the same diagnosis? Is there literature available as regards non-binary individuals? I will answer the other part of the question first. And so the literature on non-binary individuals, I think it's not very developed. I think more and more so nowadays. But the studies, we're starting to ask the individuals, we're starting to ask those questions. But before, we didn't have the option for non-binary individuals. But now we add the question even more so. And it's starting to become something that's more and more widely studied due to the scope of the topic. Before, there were non-binary individuals that weren't taken into consideration. And this is a fairly new concept. And for the beginning, and to what extent the gender can impact, to what extent the gender can impact on the pain for the same diagnosis? Well, I suppose that for the person experiencing it, it will be different from, it will be perceived different from what the clinician has done. How did she perceive the clinician, whether he was judging her or not? And that will influence. It's like the person's perception experiencing the pain and what she took away from the treatment that she received. And that will really make it such that her experience will not change. And not easy question, and you answered it very nicely. And the next question will be for Arnaud. Arnaud, there was an interesting question I found. Wouldn't there be a third and a fourth category of people with pain, and those who are not really afraid to move, they will do everything until such time as there's so much in pain that now they can no longer move? Oh, excellent question that I really did not expect. And I'm French from France, so I can say up front, straight out. And, of course, it's reminiscent of a story when I was a physical therapist in France, and somebody was retired. He was a military by career, and so this gentleman had a knee prosthetic, and, in fact, 2 days following his operation, he already felt like running a marathon. And finally, I believe that it's worse than fearing to move, because he did worse than better, and he burnt the steps. And it's a form of awareness among high-level athletes, and they always tend to do more and too much, and to not allow the physiology to do what it needs to do. And we can't speed that up, to my knowledge, save a few exceptions or a few treatments that can improve things in very special cases. And that type of patient I had not taken into consideration. Thank you for the question. I will investigate on that. Super. Thank you so much. And finally, one last question for Melanie for the student component eligible for the competition, and a question for Melanie Rock. What is the literature showing in terms of dry needles, its ability to treat chronic pain, such as OA? Well, there are a few studies from clinical trials that were held on various pathologies, and there isn't much literature per pathology because this area of treatment is very recent. Unfortunately, this being said, poor methodology in the studies making it such that the results and the outcomes are not very powerful statistically, statistic-wise, and so there could be a cause and effect, but if we review everything in general, not too many things were demonstrated or shown. We know there's an effect on the pain. We know that there's an effect on function in terms of the jaw, very much so. But as for the other areas of the body, we don't yet know. But within the next 2 years, I can bring you some results because, of course, my thesis will bear on dry needling in women in another area. Thank you very much for your answer. I remind you that the students who spoke and who answered the questions are the students who are eligible for the competition. We'll now continue with a question for Lisbeth. Lisbeth.
People with chronic pain have problem with their hippocampus. I guess they were referring to the physiological level?
Yes, thank you for this very interesting question. In the literature, there are abnormalities in the hippocampus in patients with chronic pain. And even people that have injuries and the people that actually go into the chronic pain phase, the size of the hippocampus matters.
Okay.
And also how the hippocampus communicates with other brain regions. So not only is it abnormal in patients with chronic pain, but it can also predict if someone would develop chronic pain.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. La prochaine question va être pour Dr. Marc Zaffran.
Our next question is for Dr. Mark Zaffran. It's a very interesting question by the public, and I'm very happy to be able to ask it. How can a health professional improve his listening skills with a patient? Quite simply, he's got to shut up. He has to shut up. There's a lot of works that show that when someone goes to see a health professional, you can interrupt the person by asking questions. I had an old teacher who said, when you ask questions, we only get answers. That's the only thing we get. So people answer what they think they should answer. And when we ask practitioners to shut up, be silent, let people speak, people tell the story pretty quickly, 2 to 3 minutes max. And that increases the patient's satisfaction. It increases the understanding of the physicians because they know what they will work on. They will work on a message, a story, a narrative that comes totally from the person. And it's a lot more satisfactory for everyone to work on that rather than asking questions or interrupting the person. So that's the secret. The secret is to receive what the person is telling you as a story, as a full story, as a complete story, or at least as an episode in a story, and they will be able to tell other episodes in another time and receive this totally and react to this total object that people are presenting to you and which they're able to present to you in a very few minutes. So that's the secret. We've got to remain silent and listen. And I just want to specify here one thing. I've not always been able to do that. I learned to do it. It requires a lot of discipline, but after some time, it becomes automatic. This is something that becomes very natural. Great, great. I will take your advice into my practice. All right. We have another question for Ms. Jacqueline Chow. Jacqueline.
Family was able to support you in your different life difficulties. What advice would you give to a healthcare worker? No, sorry, that was another question. How to foster better social support as a chronic pain, someone who lives with chronic pain?
I don't really know how to answer that question. I think just give good support to the person who's suffering from the pain and just see how that helps. Because to me, at first, I didn't know what support I needed, and it was really until I figured it all out that I really understood that I needed some people just to understand me, and that's all I really needed, because most people that I would go see outside wouldn't even understand what I was talking about. So I think that's something important.
So a little bit about like how to see someone not as a diagnostic or as a problem, but as a human being as a whole. Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
Okay, there was another question for Anne-Marie. Let me just find it. Yes. So there was a question about, I guess this patient had a diagnosis of fibromyalgia, and this is the question. Fibromyalgia isn't well understood. Would it be because of the lack of female model basic science?
I think this is an excellent question, and I think that this is something that we still are in the process of answering. I think in diseases such as fibromyalgia that have such a higher prevalence in females than males, I think that basic scientists kind of caught on a little bit earlier that there may be some underlying fundamental sex differences. However, this is something that I think is still in progress and in the works. I think something that specifically relates to fibromyalgia is that it's a combination of a neurological problem as well as an immunological problem. And I think everyone who's sitting here knows that the nervous system is very complicated and the immune system is also very complicated. And anytime that there's an interaction between two complex things, it's going to make the problem even more difficult to figure out. But I really hope that everyone can kind of put their heads together and help bridge that gap.
Okay, thank you. That's a work in progress. And last but not least, a question for Professor Gautier. Actually, there was two of them. The first one, can you elaborate more about what tools that are available to prevent CIPN? And the second one was, would the result be the same for prostate cancer?
Okay, so the first question is easy to answer. There are no tools available to prevent CIPN. There are no preventative agents that have been proven to show efficacy. And so the challenge for the literature, I think, is one of methodology. There's been a lot of methodological limitations so far in the measurement, in a lot of the randomized controlled trials. It's a very complex thing to study. Not only CIPN itself is complex, but people who undergo cancer treatment are not just getting chemotherapy. They're also probably having surgery. In the case of breast cancer, they may also be getting radiotherapy, they may also be getting hormonal therapy, and all of these things can cause pain. So it's complicated. Can you remind me? Oh, would it be the same for prostate cancer?
Yes.
So it's linked to the type of chemotherapy you receive, and people with prostate cancer don't receive taxanes, but some people with prostate cancer do receive one type of these neurotoxic chemotherapies that cause CIPN, but we don't have a really good understanding about the complete symptom profile across the different types of neurotoxic chemotherapies. So is the symptom profile the same for taxanes versus platinum agents versus vincristine? These things are yet to be worked out.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your answer. And last question for Paul Hodges, but he's not there, so I guess we'll just keep in the bank for when he comes in Canada. Merci beaucoup à toutes pour votre belle participation.
Thank you very much to all of you for your great participation. Thanks and good luck for the contest. Thank you very much, Ms. Guylaine Tanguay, for being here. And so long until next year. Thanks, everyone.